All right, we should be live.
Okay, so um, I guess I'm gonna pull up the chat log.
All right.
So we were doing the detect magic.
Cronus had something that I was supposed to be detecting.
A key.
That's why he.
I
Oh,
put on
okay.
the I put on the bar. Yeah, I'm done here. I'll move like to your side.
There's a lot of stuff that's magic there, and I've lost track. So that's what I have to figure out now.
I think the spoon, the key, the wand.
So I guess all the stuff is in front of him. Okay.
Should be, yeah. I placed the key now.
The wand was magical. I thought it was just a stick.
I don't know. The chat log said that there's a magic aura coming off of it.
Who's holding this? So there's a wand. Who's holding this?
It should be
I
on
am.
the.
It seems. Wait, you guys are seeing the chat log for the previous session?
Yes. Yeah. The problem is that you've brought here items from other rooms.
I wanted to place the key on the bar so that he could detect magic on everything at the same time.
Okay, the problem is that if lots of items are in the same place, let me pull out Detect Magic.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah.
Okay.
So if there's a lot of items, you just get the number of the magical auras. You don't get which item is magical and which is not. Of course, if you have all the time in the world, you can just put one item in turn in front of him. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we can say that he takes 5 minutes to. So I can tell you immediately. You can tell you right away. And then, of course, he's going to have to roll a check for every one of the auras. The thing is,
Right.
I had already given him some information, so that I don't have to do it from the beginning. One thing we could, if you read the end of the chat log, it says, I have a hunch I missed something. I'll be back in a moment. I know what he missed. So I'm assuming we've already done everything before that you can see. We haven't done the keys. Anyway, the keys are not magic. So, but Arco, if you're putting the keys in front of him, you have to type in the chat log.
I thought I did.
Oh, it's at the end of the chat log in
Ye-
session
Yeah.
7. I placed the key on the
So
counter
the
so that
last
Edward
thing.
may
Okay,
detect magic.
but which key? Arco file with the inelegant brass key. I see.
Yeah.
Um,
The comforter.
okay, hold on a sec. I think we found the thread to get out of this. Okay, so we've done the key. So just give me a sec to tell you about the stuff that he missed. You've already found that the spoon is magical, right?
Yes, yes.
What did I say about the aura and all that? Let me see. Where's the spoon? Yeah, I said you've sensed 2 faint auras. And that's it. He didn't actually spend more time trying to get the spoons. Wand found in the drawer. Yes, so there was a wand. Oh, that's something I wanted to do about the wands. So apparently, there's when you find a wand, page 496, you get to roll a die. See if the wand has some kind of markings that can be helped to identify it. But it looks like everybody can roll this die. It doesn't have to be a. Let me see. You have to be a wizard. It says roll. Oh, so it's in page 497. Roll 100 die. If you roll between 1 and 30, it means that something provides some clue to the one's function, a design, inscription, and the like. And if you roll more than 30, no special qualities. No special qualities means there's no special not that the wand isn't special. It just means that it doesn't have any design description that can provide a clue. So I may as well do this now. And you know what? You guys can do it. Who's holding the?
I'm holding it.
I think Ed,
My
You
character.
are.
Edward.
So roll 1d100. Do you know how to do that?
I think I type in slash roll 1d100. I'm just guessing though.
No. Hold on. No. Okay. Oh, okay. I get it. Okay. I'll tell you what you have to do. Right click on the D10 and then left click on the percentage
Oh, I
and then
see.
roll.
Yeah. Okay.
Roll. Oh, but before you do that,
Yep.
type. I take a look at the wand. Control Enter. Then roll.
Of course, it's
Nice.
2d10s.
I
Yeah.
wonder if this is better if this check is hidden, but no, it's okay. I'll type something.
Stay close to the rest of the party, Valken. Might be a trap any second.
Okay, we're done with the wand. I had this on my list, and there's some other groups that have wands, and I want to do that with them too. And you know what I want to do also? Okay, so you're holding the wand. I'm going to go in your inventory, and I want to put a note in your wand that we've done this this check. That's failed wand ID check. That's how I'm going to put it. And that's a note that you cannot see, but I can see it. So very useful. Okay, so we're done with the wand. We're done with the key. It's not magical. And I still haven't told you the reason that you went back. Okay, so now I need this is it's a weird magical effect here. I need to figure out how strong the aura is. The adventure gives me uh no fucking clue. Okay. Okay, I figured it out. Do your detect magic cone there, Chev again.
Edward.
Okay. Was that Alt? Yeah.
Something like that, and in both cases, that's it. And roll and knowledge arcana. Oh, first type that I cast detect magic again behind the bar.
Okay.
and then roll Magic Arcana, Knowledge Arcana.
Is Knowledge Arcana a class skill for you, Chev?
Yes.
Cool.
Ish.
13.
So you roll 13. Definitely, it has to be at least 15, at least 16 to succeed.
Damn it, I need to figure out what the moderate what that. Oh,
So this is not from any of the items that you have on you. It's something else that maybe you left behind. It's behind the bar. I cannot give you the precise point because I can only tell you in the cone from what I'm reading here. Oh no! In the third round, you get the location too, and the location doesn't seem to have a skill check. It seems no. You get the location automatically with the same information. So let me give you that info too. Fucking hell! I'm finally playing. I can't believe it.
they've fixed the way the detect magic spell list is shown now. The yeah
So what was not showing before?
the tables. It was just like a bunch of like the tables weren't set up properly, so it was just like the text was all over the place.
In the detect magic description, you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, do this. Look at it now on your stream because I'm not seeing. Oh, where is the? How do you access that description?
So I go down here to spells, and then I search for detect magic.
What if I just click in your spell book, detect magic, next to your?
Oh yeah, you know what? That's probably why. Let me take a look.
That's what I'm doing. I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Oh, what the fuck? You're right. That must have been what I was doing, and then all these tables. I don't know why.
Okay, so finally, I'm giving you all the info now. You guys are not seeing it because it's whispered.
Try the key in the cabinet.
Yeah, it was locked, right?
Guys, what are you doing?
Oh,
I was just asking what Yvonne
You
meant.
cannot speak.
Okay.
Ty. if it's not about rules, we don't speak about it.
I don't know why I capitalized that.
Okay. You know what I'm doing for the? I'm looking for a cabinet in all my, in all these assets that I have, these tokens. I do have cabinets, but I don't have the kind of cabinet it seems that will be behind a bar. I still would like to put something there. I got so many freaking cabinets. Well, let me see. I might have something that might do the job. Okay. Okay, so Arco tried the key before he heard about the trap. He didn't do anything about that, and you're all dead now. So, which campaign do you want to play next?
Oh Jesus!
Choose your campaign.
You got anything about about social justice on Twitter?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so one by one. Let's do the detect magic first. Okay, first for the spoon. Okay, roll for the spoon, magic arcana. Is there any way for us to designate this roll for the spoon specifically so that we can
Not,
see in the chat log after?
not that I know of.
Maybe just say it with an act.
Okay, he said spoon first, so it's for the spoon. Roll magic arcana. Actually, roll two. Wait. Is it two or is it if he has? Does he have? Does he have to roll twice? Yeah, because he's doing them separately. He has to roll twice. So roll twice.
Okay.
Okay. The spoon that will save the empire. So I'm struggling now with the badge. Hold on a sec. You're right. It is to be expected because you know the the telepathic messages are divinations. Um, you need to give me another couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. I think I know the answer to this. Let's say you have a magic sword, or not a magic. You have a wand,
Okay.
and you use all the charges. And after you use all the charges, the wand is now a stick. Does it have a magical aura?
It would have
No.
a no, it does. But it is a. Hold on. Where's the description again?
Pain?
I think faint, but hold on. I'm not sure what the spells. It is. So it's a lingering aura. It's a lingering aura.
Oh.
It's a magical aura that lingers after its original source dissipates. Basically, it's the aura strength is dim, which is even weaker than faint.
Can
And
you
the
put that in the Discord?
yeah, all right, just a second. Now, I don't know if that also means like with the cure light wounds.
Put it on the Opara. You put it on the online, John.
Ah, whoops. Yeah, I'll delete that. Yep, yep.
Oh, I see.
I actually do have a hunch, which is why I tried this badge.
Well, now you do. Wait. The strength and location of each aura. On the third round of the detect magic, you get the strength and the location of each aura. So you don't have to. You can roll once for all the items in front of you, and on the third round you'll get all the strength and locations. You don't have to put each item in front of you.
Oh,
However, if you do put each item in front of you, that means that you get a different check for each one. So, it, you can either do all of them at once. So with one check, you fail all of them or you succeed all of them, pretty much. Well, it depends on the power or whatever, but or you can do them one at a time and then you get one. And this time you decided to do one at a time, so we rolled the dice, so we didn't make any mistakes. So just keep that in mind that in the
yeah, yeah.
future. I'm stumped here. I have to. There's no way to get past this without figuring it out. So I'll have to spend a few more minutes.
Oh, it says here, make one check per aura.
Where does it say that? Oh, it does say make one check per aura. So you did that anyway. You're right. If the aura emanates, it's not emanates, it's emanates. I think it's emanates, right? Let me check it. How many times I've read that piece of that little paragraph? I must have read it like 20 times by now, and I still missed that parenthesis that says one check. You know why I missed that parenthesis? Because in the past it didn't apply. So I would just my eyes would just skip over the parenthesis, and I have just been used to like to the first part of I have been used to ignoring it, and now that it's important, you just need another set of eyes to. You need several sets of eyes to play this fucking game. Can't imagine that this stuff cannot be automated because the items have the auras and all that stuff, the powers and all that most of the time. But that's the thing; it's most of the time. It's not all the time. Anyway, the
Oh, I see what you're reading now. The non-spell effect. Yeah, those are, yeah, that's exactly. Supernatural
Well,
abilities, extraordinary ability. Well, I don't see how an item could have extraordinary abilities. Can bestow them.
uh, like a bag of holding, maybe.
Oh, that's not a spell?
Maybe that.
That
Well,
made.
it's probably not affected by a like an anti magic field. That'll still work in an anti magic field. I don't know.
Oh, you. Yeah, I see.
That's like the only example of one that would matter. Like to me, I'm sure there's more, but that's the one that I can think of right now.
Yeah,
Like
it
you're in an
does.
anti magic, you're worried that your magic items don't work.
Yeah, okay.
I'm looking for a cabinet again. I have all these cabinets, but I'm just gonna finish this cabinet issue first. Or no, wait.
Stupid air mattress already has a hole in it. It's only been 3 days.
Isn't that how they work? Isn't that how?
Yeah, pretty much.
At least you at least you find it without like sleeping on it, or did you find out halfway through the night?
I woke up this morning, went to the bathroom, came back. There was a fucking hole in it. Like, what the fuck happened
Damn,
here?
man.
I've
It's
been
gotta.
using it for 3 days. Everything's perfectly fine, and then it just, I don't know. They suck. It's fine.
How much was it?
$100.
Oh, damn.
Worked fucking fantastic. It even has a built-in pump. And then it just, that's alright. I'm patching it. I'll get some fucking duct tape and Gorilla Glue if I need to. I don't give a fuck. Patch will get sealed. Gorilla Glue is good to use too because it like chemically bonds to the point where it like turns into a solid. So it could literally just seal it. Got to use a little bit of water, and it foams up. But it's just gonna happen again. So
Yeah, I was gonna
I need to,
say,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
maybe
I know.
maybe your dick's just very sharp.
Just poke a hole through my bed with my own dick.
So some schools have sub schools, or I don't know, all of them do.
Some schools have
There were no
sub
sub
schools.
schools in second edition. Yeah, some of them. So my question is, would the Detect Magic see the sub schools?
Jeez. Maybe. Hmm.
I'll just Google Detect Magic sub schools. That should.
Oh, if an aura falls into more than one category, detect magic indicates the stronger of the two. Is that?
Jesus, we missed something else. If the aura emanates from a magic item, you can attempt to identify its properties. See spellcraft. So all these items, it appears that you could have tried to actually identify them with spellcraft. Uh,
Oh, maybe.
Here we go again.
Oh
Every
God.
single day, just every single item. Uh, you know what? Let's leave that can of worms for after we've dealt with this fucking badge. Um, let's just finish. We're so close to finishing at least that part.
Okay, it looks like that one's going to be much easier.
Okay, don't talk about that yet. Okay, I have to open the spell from the spells because
That should give you the scroll and everything.
you know what? Somebody might have. Okay, I think I figured out. I figured it out. It's complicated, but probably figure it out. So the question is, how long do you think it's been that you guys have been down here? Gotta be at least an hour.
We had like 5 minutes, surely. We only just walked around.
Well, I can barely hear you, Robo. What's up?
Oh, sorry. We've only the characters. They've only been here like 5 minutes or something, surely.
No, definitely not 5 minutes. Moving across its room slowly and examining the room. You didn't. I can't remember now how many searches you did, but you did do some searches. There's no way it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes, you would still not be out of that first room. You're standing around, talking, moving around the different doors. I'm gonna give it just a rough, let's say 1 hour.
I would say it's, yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
that
sense to
sounds
me.
about right.
If we're searching all the rooms, yeah.
You, I don't remember. You did do some. I remember doing some roll perception. I think it was perception rolls for before. Remember when before you went into a room, you would let's go. Let's see what you were rolling. I should be able to.
Very squeamish about stepping out into that corridor.
Well,
Okay. All right.
I can hear somebody speaking in the background. So Arco has done a bunch of search for traps. At least two that I can see here. I have to clean it up because there's some bullshit in the chat log. But oh, more. Three. I see 3 search for traps. 4 traps. And Valkian has done 1 or 2. And yeah, you're definitely taking your time. So okay, an hour is a good estimate. So we're getting closer to figuring this out. As you can obviously see, there's more FX on this badge. It's just that, it's too bad that... So, back to the question now of detect magic sub Rules. Oh, Jesus. I think this is a third edition. Somebody says only spells have school aura, not magical items. But that looks like it's third edition. I'm getting there. Alrighty. Okay. There's no other aura. It's just the one that you. The badge gives off a moderate divination aura. There's no other aura right now. So we're done with that. One sec. We're done with that. And now the question is, can I find a decent cabinet token to put there? And I'll have the answer in a sec. Okay, I'm gonna give you again the description of this room because it's been a while. So I think that Robo had tried to identify the portraits of the nobles, and he failed. But I don't remember anybody else trying. Yeah, he tried a knowledge and ability untrained, and he rolled a 10. Can he even try knowledge and ability untrained?
I did have it was trained last time. I still had some modifiers to it.
Well, the chat log isn't lying. It says ability untrained. You rolled untrained.
Do you have
Oh, you
skill
know,
ranks in knowledge and ability?
yeah, I do now actually. But I was
But
thinking,
before you didn't, right?
yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's untrained then. You have to have
Okay.
a skill rank in it for it to be trained.
Wait, but the thing is, we were supposed to do the level ups before anyway.
But my retroactive level ups gave me a point in ability at level 1.
So hold on a sec. Before you had. It does say here that knowledge and ability is a class skill for you. And before you had one rank there or no?
No, because remember, so we changed some of my level 1 skills. So I got rid of, what was it, stealth and climb, and I replaced them with profession, soldier, and knowledge and ability. So I don't know if that counts as being retroactive all the way back to
Well,
the beginning of the game.
it definitely doesn't count all the way back to the beginning of the game because there's nothing we can do about that. All we have to say is that yes, from the beginning you had it, but your rolls were that bad that
Yeah.
that's all we can say. But
Actually, did the level up take place before I did the ability check in the previous game?
yes.
Okay, well then I took
The level
I take
up, the
another
level
point.
up should have happened. The level up should have happened when you arrived here in this
Yeah.
in this series of
Well,
rooms.
I took 1 rank at level 2, so it should have been trained.
So, in the games with Dan, you did not have knowledge and ability rank, right?
No, but I still had +2 because of my trait.
Because of your what?
Because of the trait gives you +1, and I have intelligence modifier 1.
Campaign trait.
Yeah, campaign trait.
Okay.
I think those bonuses only apply with a successful use of the skill, though. And if you don't have ranks in the skill, you can't use it.
Yeah.
Right.
The thing is, as we explained, he's supposed to have had. Let me see. Yes, it's trained only, so he cannot use the skill. Wait, he could use the skill the entire game because we retconned that he had knowledge and ability from the beginning. And right now, before when you arrived here, he got another rank. So not only is he trained, he's trained twice. So I guess the game, he gained this rank in knowledge and ability during the Senate. So you could say that, with all the talk with the nobles and all that, he learned more about the ability and everything. So what we're gonna do is, because the role that you did is we know what you rolled. We can see that you rolled an 8. So the question is, if we do 8 plus, it's 7 now that you have. So 8 plus 7 would be 15. So the question is, if you get anything with 15, Let me tell you. Yes.
No, it'd be 17, I think. Oh no, sorry, I read it wrong.
It's 15, and the
It's
DC
15.
is 14. So you did get. Also, knowledge history would have worked. Do you have knowledge history? No.
No, I don't have that.
Okay, so let's see how we're gonna do this. You should. Okay, I'm gonna put on Discord. I'm gonna put on Discord what you should type. Hit Control Enter, Robo. It's the exact same sentence you said last time. So
Okay.
it's on Discord. Type it. Control Enter. So we've done that. We're getting there. The cabinet. Give me half a minute to put a cabinet there. I think I should be able to. Fuck. I told you that there's an aura in the cabinet. What if there are two auras? Fucking, it's very complex, this I gotta have to have the detect magic description like on my hotbar. Okay.
I'm so sorry,
Yep.
guys.
You,
I'm so
you,
sorry.
you get the number of different auras and the power of the most potent, but you do get how many there are. So there's two of them in the okay. So I'm gonna go again then. And the location, the strength and location of each aura. So you rolled the check for the one aura, but now you have to roll for another one. So you roll 13. Roll another knowledge arcana.
All right.
Okay, didn't change anything. So basically both failed. That's convenient. And the power of the most potent aura. So I told you before, what did I tell you? It's a moderate aura. Okay. I think that I got it right. Check it out. Do I have to tell you which is the strongest of them? So I told you that the strongest of them is moderate. Do I have to tell you strength and location? Yeah, it makes sense. So hold on. I will add a clarification then. Finally, Jesus Christ, we're done. Of course, this is where the spellcraft starts. But you can at least open the freaking fucking cabinet, so that the other people get to play a little bit too. And you should tell them. So you told them that both the cabinet and inside it is magical, but you should tell them that the strongest aura. Yeah. No, it's not the cabinet. It's for what's inside it. That's wait. Don't type anything.
Oh, fuck, yeah, okay, yeah, I fucked that up.
Delete. Hold on. Deletable. Okay, now you can forget that sentence and write a new one. You understand how many magical things there were in here? There was the cabinet, what's inside the cabinet, the fucking spoon, and the fucking wand. There were 4. And I should have category. I should, the way that the game gives you the text, they should have bullet points, but they don't have bullet points. Sometimes they do, but often it's just a big paragraph or several paragraphs, and you have to fish out all the stuff. And every room has different features. So when I prepare like an area with like 20 rooms, and every fucking room has special shit here and there, it's just it can be done. It can be done if you spend the time for every room to put everything in bullet points yourself. And Fantasy Grounds is perfect for this because you're doing it in the program. You're changing everything in the program. It's fantastic. But okay, so Balkian told Arco to open the cabinet, but Arco didn't do it yet. And now, he asks this question, and now he inspects for traps. So now, let's take a look at the traps. Where would we see it? Is that's in skills, I guess. Why is the druid looking for traps?
I thought it might have to do with my perception. I don't know. Is it a different skill?
Okay, it might. So search for traps is a skill, right? It's a skill. No.
I don't know.
This is a class, a class feature, trap finding, but it's his perception check.
So he doesn't have. So the question is, what have we been rolling all the time? I think. You know what? I'm gonna go on the. I'm gonna search for traps on the rules.
I found under the description for perception, find a hidden trap, but all it says for the DC is that it varies by trap.
Yes, the traps have their own. The trap is what tells you what the DC is.
Oh, okay.
It seemed like a perception check.
Yeah, that's where I found it, under the perception description.
So trap finding. Let's see the class ability.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just that the rogue adds half of his level to perception skill checks made to locate traps. So so he would have a +1 now. Valkian will have a +1 on his perception skill, but it's still a perception skill. His trap finding is nothing special. Like in second edition, it was a special skill which only rogues had, and I think maybe rangers. I can't remember. So all he has is a +1.
I think I'm still the best person to look for traps then, if it's just perception based.
Yeah, it seems so. Let me see what his perception is looking like. It's looking like +6, so it will be +7. And yours is +11. Alrighty, let's pull out for the trap, the perception for the find a hidden trap. Varies by trap. Okay, so I inspect the cabinet for traps. Roll perception. But no. Oh, well, you're right. It doesn't matter. The thing is, what if there's a trap and you fail to see it? Then I should really be doing these skills, this checks. So because then you have the choice: do I open it? Okay. So let me see if I have set up my dice correctly. Okay, I don't think I have. Let's see. Can you see that? No, right?
No, I just saw the shadow die.
Okay. All right. So the way that I put it, I said you don't find any traps on the cabinet, but that's not how you speak. When you speak to other people, you say I didn't find anything. I didn't find any traps. You have to use the past tense. You
Okay.
see, I'm using the present tense because that's how I speak to you because it's you. But when you speak to others about something you've already done, you have to spend when you get these whispers, you have to spend a moment to see how would that person say it to somebody else. You can't just like copy paste mine exactly. You have to change the tense or whatever it is because now it sounds like you speak like a robot.
Right.
Which key is that? Go again. I insert the, and instead of key, put the whole description. Is it the brass, the gold? I can't remember. There's several keys. Which? Okay. Are you winning, son? You guys seen that meme? You have a minute to reply to her. If you guys remember, it gives you a minute to reply. Up to 25 words. It requires a full round action of concentration.
$25 words.
I think that's 24, Chef. You're good.
Well, you can keep talking. Doesn't mean that she's receiving it.
It's 25 words for each of us, right?
Yes.
We all shout at once, and she basically doesn't hear anything because
Yeah, exactly.
You're too clingy. You replied immediately within 1 minute. You should wait. Give it 2 hours. Make her beg for it.
This is terrible adventure game.
adventure game.
Valkian, Exile, you really need to put a space after the ellipsis. It's the ellipsis is like a comma. You know, it's like uh, you cannot connect words like this. It's not grammatically correct.
Right.
Wait. It wasn't the master bedroom. It was the very first room you came. So I'm gonna delete that, and then you can retype that sentence. Delete. But there is there too now, But the first one, the one that everybody has seen, is in the first room. Okay, so it retype the same sentence, but instead of master bedroom, saying in the original room, in the first room, or something like that.
Yeah.
If you press up while in the chat box, you can.
You get the previous
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
you typed, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think there's. I think there's some. The blackness is kind of.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. So what I wanted to do now is the rooms that you're in. Yeah. So you were saying the room that you're in and the bedroom with a double bed. They have lights on in the ceiling.
Ah, yeah,
The
that's
other
right.
two rooms, the other two rooms are in darkness, and there's only light in them when you move in. By the way, go ahead and cast another. Well, not now, but when you move out of this room, Arco is going to have to cast another
Light
light. I
spell.
think his
Yes.
light lasts for what, 10 minutes? Is it?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Yeah,
So,
I think you're right.
It might be.
so
Wait.
look. We assume we're not going to be casting it every 10 minutes. We assume that as long as you're in darkness, you just keep casting it, right?
Right.
I
Yeah.
think it should be
It
20 minutes
lasts.
now.
Yes, it is 20 minutes now. It is 20 minutes now. Yeah, so I've basically left you viewable the areas that are lit by the light in the ceiling. Let me see if I have a description for the light in the ceiling. I'll reply for that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It said next to the main door. I don't know
Yeah.
which
So
one.
there's the main door. It's the one that you came in from. So
Eastern one.
it's to the right. Let's just say to the right. Oh wait, I think can I post? Can I? Yeah, right there. You see that?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Type something to show him where to go. Okay. Yeah. Once you say the doorway, then he can see it for himself. You know, he turns around and he sees it for himself. Now I realize why the table. Remember the token table that I put down in the first room that you went in. That one is shaded now. It's not like all the other tables and stuff. And you know why? Because the program thinks that it's a unit. It's a character because it's a token. It doesn't think it's background. So that's why it's yeah. Um, Tell me again the shape of the cone that the detect magic is.
Um,
Like how high?
just like that. Basically, just so that the cone would be on the panel.
5 foot. So it will be 5 foot up, right? Okay. But you've done cones before in here that are 20 or 30 feet high, no?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't, let me
Yeah.
see, detect magic, it goes up to 60 feet, area cone shaped emanation. It's not right above your head 60 feet. It's
No.
because it's a cone that expands, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it would be okay. We're good. We're good, I think. So you cast detect magic on the panel. By the way, you're supposed to cast detect magic. You know.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah, it will take us forever, but and we still haven't done the spellcraft, the spellcraft check.
You know what?
Uh,
I take back what I said about that being okay. So I'm casting the detect magic. Oh, wait. Do I need to do something else?
at first, you click on the little circle to the left of detect magic, and then you click the cast. You know, you have to open the You have to click the magnifying glass, and then the cast button comes up, and then that's the order.
Oh, I think we're not really supposed to be opening them like this with the little magnifying glass. I think the magnifying glass just changes the settings of the buttons to the right of the
Okay, so you don't need the magnifying glass. You have the button right there. Is that it?
yeah. Yep.
Okay, if you have the button, you're fine.
Okay. So I'm casting it.
Why does it say two there? Cast two.
Level 2.
Oh, okay.
That's my caster level.
Why are you posting about NPCs in the Discord?
Because at one point we had
I know.
I
What does they have to do with the session now?
it doesn't.
Okay. So that I don't spend time on it. You see, because I have so many other things that are important.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
Oh, and you had casted prestidigitation for an hour, Edward. So it's expired.
Yeah, but I don't need to do anything for the moment. I'll
Okay,
just cast it
unbelievable.
again.
Okay, so
We were just using it to clean, right?
Yeah. Basically.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah.
give me a second for this. Yeah, I have the detect magic now at the bottom right of my hotbar, and it's just so much easier playing the game like this. I wonder if I'll ever freaking memorize it. I do have a lot of stuff memorized, but I'm OCD with like checking everything again. So
Sure, you get better at checking it. That's for sure. Knowing what.
the table is screwed up. If you see the table, go to detect magic right at the bottom, and where it says faint motor is strong overwhelming, all these are shifted one square to the left of
Oh
where
my
they should be.
god. Yeah. Okay. Jesus.
So the aura that I told you that is strong earlier, it's actually moderate. Oh my god. Okay,
Oh no.
let's first figure this out, and we'll fix that.
My god.
The
Okay, so
greatest
tell them about
enemy.
this while I go back to tell you.
Greatest enemy of any adventurer is the VTT they try to play their game on.
What the fuck is an evocation? Is evocation again? I need to figure. I'm
Oh
pretty sure.
no, it seems that it was correct. It seems that it was correct because I think I saw it somewhere else, not there. So I told you that the strongest the crystal the ball is moderate, and it was indeed moderate. It was indeed moderate. I can't remember if I made a mistake earlier. The badge, no. Okay, so far from what I can see, I have not made a mistake here. I can go through it later, but we're good. We seem to be good so far, and now I have it. I have. Okay, we're good so far.
In the reference manual, under the Chapter 9 Magic, it says that evocation spells manipulate magical energy or tap an unseen source of power to produce a desired end.
For example, the fireball is evocation.
Yeah, draws upon magic to create something out of nothing. Many of these spells produce spectacular effects, and evocation spells can deal large amounts of damage. Yeah, fireball.
I think the magic missile too, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds like an evocation spell too. Yeah. Where's the aura coming from? Detect magic on the panel.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, the magic missile is evocation too. Lots of the evocation has the most like damage, straight up damage. Let me just remind you that one of you touched the one in the first room. I think it was Ivan. Oh, wait. I told you without rolling. I told you that it's evocation without roll now.
Oh, yeah. What?
Wait. Since I've told you, what's the point? There's no point. I don't know when the fuck I'm gonna master this. This is called DM Fiat. So you've
There
seen
you
this
go.
too now. I rolled. I swear to you, I rolled the check.
Behind
And
the DM screen. Yeah.
yeah. Not all the evocation spells are, aggressive.
Right.
Keep that in mind. You can actually go through the player's handbook and look at the evocation spells because it's going to be one of them. Whatever it is, it's going to, 90%. Oh, look. When I moved him here, when he's there. No, wait, he's there. No, he's there. Anyway, when he moved there, the table came into view for me. Okay, so you cannot see further because it's dark. You have to have Arco.
Well, I was going just near the table. I don't know why I'm so far down.
Okay.
So,
Hmm.
All right. So I guess you want to do that check. Let's check out.
crossing my fingers that it's that it's gonna be easy, cause so there's a
Yeah.
table here. There's a table here, and on the table it says identify the properties of a magical item using detect magic.
The property. So, like, if it has anything written on it, I guess.
No, it's like attempting to ascertain the properties. Um, oh, well, I guess like what it can what it does when you use it, I suppose. Right?
Identify the properties of a magic item using detect magic. So I need to have this open, and I need to have detect magic open.
I think detect magic matters less because well, it's part of it. In the third round description, it says if the aura emanates from a magic item, you can attempt to identify its properties. See spellcraft. And I guess that's what I'm trying to do here.
I'm not sure though. What does that mean? If you succeed in this check, you learn everything about the item. I don't know. So we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to Google identify item magic item Pathfinder. Huh.
It'd get pretty hard based on the caster level of whoever the fuck made the item, I think.
It seems you need identification spell and spellcraft check. It looks like the spellcraft on its own.
The identify spell just gives you a +10 enhancement bonus on spellcraft check.
So the identification spell would be detect magic, and then you add it to the spellcraft.
Well, identify is a spell that functions like detect magic, except
Okay,
it gives
you get
you
a
a
+10.
+10 enhancement. Yeah.
That is very interesting. That means because all the groups now have a bunch of magical items, so they could potentially identify immediately on their own freaking half of them or something. I want to be sure because this is a big thing. If we
Yeah.
reveal all these items, um, okay. In the spellcraft, it says to identify the properties takes 3 rounds, and you must be able to thoroughly examine the object. So it cannot be, it has to be in your reach.
Yeah. Take a look at the retry thing as
You know what?
well.
It is confusing me because it says attempting to ascertain the properties of a magic item. So when you ascertain the properties, I just give you the page from the magic item book. You see what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Uh, they should have been using. They're using in-game language in the rule book, whereas they should be using rule language in the rule book. uh, you know in the game somebody would say, oh, I will attempt to ascertain the properties of the magic item, but in the rules we just say, you learn the stat block or you don't learn the stat block. It does seem that you learn the stat block, though. It does seem like I don't see any other way. Wait, the rabbit hole goes deeper. Even there might be a retry option.
There is. Yeah.
You can only attempt once a day per item, but that does mean that every day you can roll.
That sounds about right. Guess it just counts as a new attempt.
In a few days, you don't need the +10. In a few days of the identify, in a few days you know everything. It says that additional attempts reveal the same results, but it's implied additional attempts in the same day.
Yeah. I mean, that's assuming we survive 3 days.
Oh, and the specialist wizard get a +2 bonus and a -5 penalty for opposing schools or whatever. Elf gets +2 if you have magical aptitude. You don't have that, do you?
No.
You cannot retry checks to identify a spell. Prepare for board spell. At any rate, one thing that's for sure in the spellcraft description, that detect magic and identify do the same job, definitely, because it says when using detect magic or identify to learn the properties of magic items. So it uses them interchangeably. So that's progress. We learned that.
Yeah, the
What level is
identify
What
is a
level
level
is
1 spell, and it actually, in the spell description, it even says it functions as detect magic, except.
I'm not clear on the retry. I'm really not clear on the retry at all. However, I'll say this much. Who knows how long you know how you've been playing the same day since last year. You're still in the same day. You were walking around Opara, you bought your clothes, you went to the party. Now it's late at night or whatever. Yeah, it's gotta be late. It's gotta be around midnight or something. So who knows when the next day will dawn? Maybe another year from now. So we don't really have to worry about that right now. I'm just gonna make a note of it. You can make your one once per day. You can make your today's check, and then next time maybe a different date.
Okay, spellcraft.
Okay, so you can go ahead and roll spellcraft for the spoon.
All right.
Alrighty.
Nice.
So 15 plus the item caster's level. Okay. Funny. Okay, so 15. So how would I type this? Okay, I'll do it with Whisper. But so basically, it's a binary choice. Either you succeed and I tell you everything, or you fail and you learn nothing. That's how There's no chance to misunderstand it, and I don't see anything like that in the rules. By the way, of course, there's other rule books, advanced magic. Who knows what the fuck is in there? But as far as the basic rules go,
Yeah, we were talking about earlier about like with combat, like if you could focus on.
something else. Let me say something else. If I click now, because you identified this, right? If I click now on the ID icon in its window, it will tell you the cost. So it will tell you how much it costs to buy this. But that is an appraise. I don't think that I'm supposed to be telling you this.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So what should I do? What should I do? You know what I can do? I'll tell you what I can do. I can take the cost out and put it in the notes. So I remove the cost entry and I put it. Are the notes only for me though, or just for you? We'll find out. I'm gonna put Isocalm in all caps in the notes category. And if you look at the spoon and any category says Isocalm, then that means you can read my notes.
Yeah, I can read your notes. I could see it.
You can see Isocalm?
Yeah, notes, icy calm.
Let me look at your screen. So what's the point? Notes Isocalm. But it's not even ID'd. So wait, does that mean there was another item? I can't remember now which item who held it, where I put some. Don't look at your items right now. Okay, go to the wand that you have on your person. Yes, you can see my notes. You can see my notes. Let me see. If I click on the lock button, let me see if that will change anything. So I clicked on the button to lock, and you can still see them. Okay. So the notes is useless. It's for you guys. It's not for me.
Where do you see Icy's notes, Chef? This is in the notes tab?
No, this is every. I can put notes in every item on your inventory.
Oh, okay.
And I was wondering if these notes are for me or if you can also see them. And it looks like you can see them even when it's unidentified. There does not appear to be a solution beyond. Well, I can tell you what I can do. These items were taken from the adventure or a book, the choral book. So if I change what it says in your inventory, it doesn't change everything I have in Fantasy Grounds. So let's say that the spoon, I remove the value of the spoon. Then you won't be able to see it. I won't be able to see it. But I can pull the spoon again from the player's handbook. Of course, you can pull the spoon from your player's handbook yourself if it's magical item, if it's in there. But it seems the game doesn't give a shit if you know how much anything costs. You know why? Because in second edition, the magical items were not in the player's handbook, they were in the Dungeon Master's Guide. But in this game, there was no Dungeon Master's Guide when they revealed. That's why they call it core rule book. They were cheap, too cheap to release two books. So they released one book, and they put the magical items in there, didn't they? There is a magical item.
Yeah, there's some magic items in the back.
I mean, there's not all of them, and I think there's more in the Game Master's Guide, and there's more in the adventure and all that. But there's still a shitload of them. This item, for example, is from the spoon is from the core rule book apparently.
Interesting.
Look, you have absolutely no reason to look in the core rulebook in the magic item section. No reason at all. Because when you make a character, he doesn't get magical items, he just get normal items. So you can look at the normal items. As far as you're concerned, that section is just for me. Never go there. Your only interaction with magical items is going to happen through the game. There's no reason to go there. So I'm going to delete the price from the spoon. And then I'm going to lock it and I'm going to identify it. So now the spoon, you should be able to check the spoon. You should be able to read everything about it except the price. And now you can tell them whatever you want. So you have the full description. They don't. I just need to put on the chat to whisper to you that I'm trying to. How should I say it? You figured the item out? No. You identified the item. You identified the spoon. That's I can't think of another way. And I'm putting it anyway. Nobody can see it. Only you can see it. You identified the spoon, and you have all the description. You can tell them whatever the fuck you want.
Ah, wow.
The anticipation is killing me right now.
uh, okay, yeah, I'm trying.
It's difficult for him because it's a whole paragraph, the description, and you know he could copy paste the whole paragraph, but it doesn't make much sense. You know, he would not speak like that to other people who are not magicians or whatever. He would just give you a summary, and I think it would be more evocative for you instead of knowing the actual. You can do it. I'm seeing you type, Chev. You can do it in stages. So give them one sentence first. So you're typing there, wow, blah blah, and then while they respond, you can type a second sentence if you want. You see what I'm saying? So this way, they're not waiting that long, and it sounds more. See, this is so much more interesting to read than if I had given you the text block or if Chev was giving you the text block. And you um, you made a typo in the gruel.
Oh yeah, I see that. I still made a typo.
I laughed when I read the word gruel because when Jeff Robert was here with Big, when he was here with Big, he was every day he was cooking up these. He's a chef, he's a sushi chef. So he was, but he was cooking these pots of soup. But he was putting so much stuff in the soup that every day I was making fun of him. Are you making your gruel again? And his gruel for breakfast.
It's nutritional gruel.
And one day I was like, "Hey, I want to try some of that." And he said, "If you stop calling it gruel." He doesn't have any charges, the spoon. Like he can work forever. Just don't lose it, and then you don't have to worry about food.
Wow.
Well, before you do anything else, we may as well finish all the spellcraft checks. So whatever you need to identify, let's freaking do it.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah, I'll use the bathroom real quick.
And it's just you and me, Chev, identifying stuff.
Yep.
They're
Oh,
all going to jack off to the idea of the spoon. They loved it so much. They can't keep it in their pants.
okay. Right, the wand.
Alrighty. You know what? First, you have to now enable the detect magic. So click on the little circle, then click on cast, then you roll spellcraft.
Yep.
So there's like 4 steps. First, you type what you're doing, activate detect magic, cast detect magic, roll spellcraft.
All for spellcraft. Okay.
So 17. So I'm going to remove that note that you saw, and I'm going to put it in my GM notes. So it says to me here that you failed a wand ID check. That was, you failed the check for the school, I guess. And now I'll type failed. Uh, cool. ID check and then failed spellcraft check. And then we have to decide if you can get the next day another attempt or not. So you wanted, what else did you want to do? You wanted to do the badges, no? The badge. I wonder if you get 4 for each of the badges, 4 checks.
Surely not, though. If they're the same, if they truly are the same.
Hmm. Huh. Yeah, it makes sense. You're right. Logically, if you can't figure out one, it's the same, then you can't figure out any of them. Yeah, makes sense. You have the dust of illusion, but you know what that is because she gave it to you. Coruscant control. I don't see anything else that is.
The crystal ball,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, but you also have the badges. You want to do the badges or no?
Not first. First, I want to
Okay.
look at this crystal ball.
All right.
The other guys were talking about putting some small thing in the top of it. Okay. Now, I should cast Detect Magic, right?
Well, you're trying to identify the ball, right? You have access to it. That's fine. To examine the crystal ball, okay, and then you do the whole song and dance.
Yep. Okay.
I'm back now.
And Spellcraft, right? Spellcraft. Okay.
Yes.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay. By the way, the cabinet is magic too, but you're examining the crystal ball, right?
Oh, yeah. First.
Remember the cabinet?
Probably got infected with something. I'm the one that opened it.
Okay. So, what I need to determine now is the caster level of the guy who made the ball. Which, of course, the adventure doesn't tell me.
Of course it doesn't. You got to roll. Figure that out.
I know what the ball does. You see, they have the magical rules, the magical items, all that stuff. But in the adventures, when they need something specific that's not exactly in the rules, they put it there, and it's sort of up to you. Sometimes, most of the time, they give you everything you want, but sometimes they don't give you everything you want. You know why they don't give you everything you want? It's because there's so many things you can try, so many possible stuff, combinations and stuff like that. That the books would not be 100 pages each; it would be like 200 pages each. So I understand them. I understand it, and it's up to you to know the game well enough to be able to, because you do have all the information. So I don't know, like this ball does not exactly exist in any of the books, but there's adjacent ones or there's same families. So if you know all the spells, you know all the schools, you know all the magic items, then you can immediately come up with a number. But it takes an insane amount of experience in a game like Pathfinder First Edition. In Second Edition D&D, it wasn't that hard. Of course, I was 13 years old then, so it did seem hard. Um, it's interesting. Definitely, you cannot relax for 1 second. The game just keeps throwing. You have to keep looking at the. It's awesome. It's awesome. I like it. But that means you guys have to wait a couple of minutes. So the caster, it doesn't give me the caster's levels, but it gives me the whole fucking history of the people who made this series of rooms. So it's up to me to think of what kind of sorcerer wizard would work on these rooms. What level would he be? You see what I'm saying? These are the kind of questions I have to ask myself now. Would he be a first level wizard? No. Would he be 20th? That's the thing. That's what I.
Oh, actually, doesn't didn't you tell me what aura the came off the ball?
The aura.
Yeah, the strength of the aura. Oh, you know what? That still no. Yeah, never mind. Because somebody who's level like 20, say, could still make a level like could infuse a crystal ball with a level 2 spell or something. So
Um, Let me see. Hold on. First of all, okay. While Edward is trying to figure out the ball, you can actually look in the ball right now. Um, who is next to the? Is anybody next except? Okay, it can be Edward himself. Yeah. Okay. Let me write something. Yeah, because I mean you're examining the ball to figure it out, so you're looking into it. So you definitely you're the ones to get the message. Okay, that's out of the way. So he's typing for you guys. In the meantime, I still have to decide on that wizard's caster level.
I've done it. I've pondered the orb.
Okay, so I've decided the caster's level. Normally, if it's a normal magic ball, crystal ball, it can be used to scry on many locations, but this one is not like that. There was a location, guys, where he detected magic. It was in the bedroom with a big bed, and it was coming from the floor. So one
definitely
location
also
is
in the.
where. What's that?
It was also in the boxes in the
Yes,
southeast room.
that's what Arco just said. It was behind the boxes. Plus, it would be cool if you could like mark. I think that you can. I think you can mark the map. There is a way in Fantasy Ground. You should check it. Right click, and there's drawing, and you could just draw everywhere on the map. Put notes. I don't think you can put notes. Maybe the writing isn't so good, but yeah, at least you can put. Yeah, everybody can see that X. I didn't do it. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
who did it.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, that was
yeah,
me.
wow.
I didn't. Yeah,
Nice.
I think that's where it was.
Looks quite natural.
No, it was not there. It was the floor here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let
Yeah.
me see. I can tell you exactly how. Well, should I tell you how big it? Yeah, I should
I
tell
see
you.
that
Yeah.
that blue X.
That's Edward, right?
Yeah,
He's
that's me.
blue.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
blue. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah. That's interesting.
Mine should be
Um,
green.
you cannot put anywhere else because I don't. I'm not showing you the rooms, but I think that if you, yeah.
I should be able to delete it now. There you go. Just testing it.
So
Okay. Let me type that. Um,
should I cast the detect magic again?
1 second first.
Mhm.
Well, actually, yeah. Go ahead. I examined the cabinet thoroughly. Yeah, detect magic and then dump and then roll the
And then roll. Okay.
roll the spellcraft.
Well, if anything, when other groups start doing this shit, you'll be faster
Yeah,
at
yeah,
introducing it to
definitely.
them.
Well, some of them should have already been doing it, but we hadn't figured out how the identify works. Like for example, in Aslant, Dan has had a magical shirt for a while. Well, I'm not sure if I don't think they don't even know it's magical because Jameson doesn't know anything about these games. He's a wizard, so it would never occur to him to detect magic or identify or anything. We have to tell him, and neither Dan nor I told him anything. And so Dan has been wearing the shirt. This shirt, I don't think he's listening. This shirt is a shirt of quickness. Like basically, once every 24 hours, it gives him an extra move action. So I have to keep check when the fucking 24 hours is gonna pass, and when the 24 because he's wearing it now. He doesn't know it's magical. So my intention is when the time comes for the shirt to activate, I'm just gonna tell him that you feel a sense of quickness, like that you can go faster or something, and I will. So that will be the description he will get in the chat log, and then in voice, I'm gonna tell him you have an extra move action if you want it. But what he doesn't know is that he only gets one every day. So if he uses it at that moment, then he has to wait another day. But he can use it the next round or the next round, or he can keep it. He can hold it the whole day. But there's no way for unless he identifies the item. I was not going to give him this information. I would just basically keep. He would use it immediately, and then I would have to keep track another 24 hours, another 24 hours. But I can be saved all this bullshit. Well, it's bullshit. It's pretty cool actually, but I can be saved all of this if Jameson just identified.
I agree.
You
It
know,
is pretty cool. It is pretty cool.
and the thing is, we don't even know if Jameson took the spellcraft skill because he doesn't know about these games. How would he? So I'm gonna have to look at now that I know how useful it is. Obviously, if I can rearrange his skills, I will do it. But and also we have we have Y Signal. Y Signal is the wizard in the Curse of the Crimson Throne, and he doesn't know anything either. Plus, he's been unconscious the whole time. Like, he's played 8 hours, and his teammates have played 30 hours. You see what I'm saying? He's been unconscious the whole campaign, basically. So not only does he know nothing about the rules, but he's been dead pretty much. They thought he was dead. So both these people, I have to fix these wizards. Who else is in the other team? Oh yeah, and then we have Rory in, but they don't have any. I don't think they have anything magical yet. They just kill some goblins. Okay, you guys have played more than all the other teams put together. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I feel bad about it too. Well, sort of.
But why do you feel bad if they can't? Well, yeah, 2 of the teams is their fault. The other ones is my fault. But 2 of them is their fault because I could have played so many times with them and they just can't get it together. But the thing is, now you guys are basically, it's like you don't exist. Like, from now on, I'm never going to be asking you to play unless no other team can play. If no other team can play and I feel like playing, then I'll tell you, let's play, because then, we don't lose anything to play. But if any, so for them it's a good thing, but because for them it's like we have 3 groups now. They don't have to compete with 4 groups to get a session. You see, so it's all good. Plus, when you unlock an adventure, the adventure is available to everybody. So, that also makes things more interesting. So, let me see your spellcraft. So it's 15 plus item caster's level. Right. Again, I don't have. First of all, you succeeded. Did you succeed? No, it's 15 plus 1. So if the caster level is 2, then you failed. There is a subtle point here. Is the caster level dependent on the item, or is dependent on? So if it's a simple spell, but a high level wizard cast it, then I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, yeah. And I think
Okay.
some items cannot be made by low enough levels as well. So like if you're level 4, you can't make that spoon.
Of course, but what I'm saying is, what if it's a level 1 spell and a level 1 wizard makes the item, and then another level 20 wizard makes the exact same item? But the items have the exact same properties. Would the item made by the 20 level wizard be much harder to identify? And
I'd say so. Just given by like the high level wizard might be able to do like more, I don't know, subtle stuff with the creation process that
yeah, well,
hides its
yeah, but
nature, I guess.
the thing is, I would rather have an official answer.
Yeah.
However, the caster level items caster level. Most magic items have the caster level written for me, so I don't have to think about it at all. But this one doesn't. In any case, yeah. Basically, look, whoever made this, treated this cabinet, also made the ball inside, and the ball is high level. So it makes sense that the same person would also, treat the wood, the cabinet, to kill you with a dragon with flames. Okay, so I will try something. The magic area on the floor of the bedroom is 5 by 8 feet, so it's almost just slightly bigger than 1 square. So can somebody just make here a square?
That's a circle.
Oh, okay. How did you do that?
Shift.
But this will disappear the moment you try to make
Yeah.
another. So you should try with the drawing tools.
The thing about the drawing tools is that it's basically like paint. Well, okay, it's not basically like paint because paint actually gives you a block box tool. So you basically
Just
have
go
to
ahead.
draw. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and draw. I said bigger than a square. Yours is smaller than a square. How do you delete?
I can right click and then go erase, and then it lets me do that. In fact, I can just clear the whole drawing.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
do
you
it.
better start using this stuff.
Yeah. So what did you say again? Sorry, Icy.
5 by 8. It has to be slightly
Oh,
bigger
okay.
than the normal
Yeah.
square.
Is it 8 feet left and right?
5 by 8. It doesn't matter. Just do it. 5 by 8.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's great. That's fantastic. All right. Play. No, you have been touching the ball to identify it. So hold on.
Oh, I mean like to move it.
Okay, hold on. So copy paste that and change the touch to move. It does say in the description though that it's immovable. Of course, that's their. They shouldn't have said immovable. They should have let you try to move it and then tell you that it's immovable. It's built into the wall.
Ah.
In which case, I'm just going. I'm just going to do this as well. And you read in the description it's
Ah.
immovable, so there's no point for
Okay,
this.
I see. I see.
Next to Ivan, I put a white thing on the wall, which is where the switch is.
I actually see another white thing down underneath.
Oh, you can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're not supposed to. It's Arco who not. That's where the I'm putting the other switches now.
I've grown rather fond of being in the same room as all of you guys.
Guys, let's say for the sake of consistency that the panel is clear drawing. Okay, clear drawing. Well, at least we figured something more today. So let's say that the panel in your room is here. It's not where yeah, that makes more sense. And there, and there. So you have the 4 panels. It's not where Ivan is right now. I'm gonna put him. It's there. And now we're consistent. Oh yeah, the coin slot. So I'm supposed to show you where the coin slot is. Let's do that. It's great though. We figured out we figured out more features today. Spellcraft and
You don't even have to right click to get into the drawing mode. There's a bunch of square buttons on the top of the map.
I see.
They're grayed out though, but if you click it, it'll activate the drawing mode, and you can click on it again to gray it out again.
No, he didn't say that the panels have evocation spells. They have an evocation aura. It's not the same thing. Even if they had spells, they wouldn't have spells. It would be one spell cast on them. He has an evocation, but it does make sense that a rogue, would not be able to, would speak. But Edward shouldn't say. Yeah, I should say. Oh, yeah. But and then Edward is also a sorcerer. He's not a proper wizard, so he's just making shit up. Um, as for opening one of the panels, when you examine the panels, because somebody did examine them, go to the description in the chat log where it says where it has the description there. So if you go to the chat log session 7 and you search for panel, there's not that many mentions, and it says there's a glass and there's no other feature to interact with. There doesn't seem to be a way for you to open it. Of course, you can try, maybe with disabled device, disabled device. I just want to put where the slot is.
Mm.
Yeah, you're right. You just click and you can immediately.
Yeah. I think I'll try to use a disable device on the panel. We'll see what happens.
So with a drawing, you can even draw the cabinet that I wanted earlier. You can do lots of stuff on the fly. It's very useful.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
You know, it won't look great, but for example, here there's supposed to be a door that they have forgotten to.
Huh.
So I can just put it like this.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because he went through there.
I only have white though. I don't think I have different colors.
You can choose your
Yeah, the
colors.
color of my dice, but then it will change everything, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Let me give you the don't roll anything yet. Okay, roll disable device. Hold on a sec, guys. You're typing something. Robo, just hold it for 1 sec.
Okay.
Um, so everybody roll. No, Arconus and Valkian Yeah, everybody roll perception.
Oh, do I add the +2 modifier to
Which
that?
is for what?
For my um, alertness, I think it is because of
Okay,
the
I'll
owl.
check it real quick. Where would I see that? In the
You wrote it
notes.
in your notes somewhere, but I'm not sure.
I did write it. Yeah. Uh, +3 in shadows and darkness. +2 with alertness. Oh. +3 in shadows and darkness. You're not in shadows and darkness.
No.
+2 with alertness. So the O gives you +2 for alertness. Let's find the O real quick.
Yeah, it's in the NPCs section.
Okay.
You can just change it to the group to uncategorized as well instead of all. So it just narrows it down to both Oliver and Terry Cloth.
Okay, I have it here. Okay, you just gain the alertness feat. So all I have to do is look at that feat. Okay. +2. Yeah, put the +2.
Okay. And perception.
All right. Let me quickly look at something.
Wow, Arco. Wow.
Yeah,
I thought I rolled pretty
what
good, but +11 is just crazy.
that's what I do. I notice things.
The official party noticer.
The 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 hunch taker. The hunch receiver.
Hunch maker.
Hunch maker.
Oh shit.
Wow.
It's TikTok.
The amount of
Great
caution.
adventurers.
The amount of caution we approach these goddamn light switches with. My God.
Utmost caution.
We're the
Uh,
world's greatest magic detectives.
Is the door closed at this point?
1 sec. Is the door closed where?
Oh, because I said I closed the door a bit
When did
further
you
up.
say that?
Just
Oh, you said it earlier.
after. Yeah.
In the east wall. Well, if you had closed the door, you would not have noticed any of this.
Although I did say that after Valkian started touching it.
Let me see. Oh, that's true. Okay. In that case, yeah, you would not have closed the door then if you saw the light.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of cavemen just stumbling around this newfangled technology.
It's in the
Oh,
computer.
what?
It's in the
Yeah.
computer. Ah, man.
Yeah, so I had put the slot in the corner here. The slot is there.
Okay.
Righty, I made a mistake. I remember when Edward looked into the bowl and it said that he could see something, but it was too dark to see. The
Yeah.
reality was that the bowl was just blank.
Oh,
So that was a mistake. And what I'm going to do is, how am I going to do this now? Well, let me see. Did I give him this message publicly, or I want to see if I think that I did it by whisper, which means that nobody even saw it. Yeah, it was done by whisper. So I'm gonna give him the new whisper now, which again you're not gonna be able to see. So if you scroll up, you told them that there seems to be some kind of image in the ball, but I can't make it out because it's too dark. So I'm gonna fix it afterwards. Just type under there. Wait, didn't get it. And just tell them that the ball is blank. It seems non-functional. Yeah. Sorry about that. It was just too much fucking shit. And yeah, this is definitely a complicated area. I think I've done pretty well so far, and you guys have done pretty well. But it is complicated.
We figured out light switches.
I'm quite happy about that. That's great.
Somebody has left behind a.
Oh yeah, I think I was trying to drag my character around. How do I
Okay.
get rid of it?
Okay.
Oh, it's a just click left and right click at the same time.
No, before that, yeah, if you're on the arrow, both buttons at the same time. Click both buttons on the arrow at the same time. Anywhere on the
Yeah, I'm doing
arrow.
that. Doesn't seem to work.
Okay.
Is it gone for you?
It is
Yeah,
going, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I still see it. Okay, no, now it's gone.
Okay, guys, play. We don't have that much time before we stop at 11, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have just under 2 hours. If you move your asses, you might be able to get out of here before we adjourn. By the way, you can only see the slot on the wall when you're from the inside, not you're from the outside.
Guys, I want to sleep in the bed so I can get my new spell. Let's go.
It's 8 hours. A lot could happen in 8 hours.
Yeah.
Now you gotta take it out of my inventory or whatever.
What?
And now we have to take the coin out of my inventory or whatever.
It's more like a groove, I think. I think that was the description. It was not like a. It's not like a coin
Oh.
slot. So you,
I think it was a slot. Let me check. A circular coin-sized niche. So it has the size of a coin, and it's circular, and it's a niche. So yeah, it's a coin slot. It sounds like it. You're not going to make it out of here. I'm telling you 100% if you don't go through the entire chat log of last time and see every description of every room, search every, you're just trying to remember what happened from last. That's why I told you before we started, go over the chat log. I mean, you're going to have to go over it, so either you're going to take game time, so we're going to lose game time, or you're going to do it on your own before or after the game so that we can play more. I should just say less. Like if I don't say absolutely anything and you're just stuck here, what are you going to do? Eventually, you're going to go back to chat log, right?
yeah, yeah.
I think that way you learn how to play the game better. Because, like, do you enjoy being in this room and just going around and doing nothing, or do you want to get out of it? If you want to get out of it, you know, if you just sit in a corner and do nothing, we can. What, we're going to play 20 hours like this, 30 hours? How long?
All right.
you did have some ideas, but you're not really doing them. Like, what are you doing now? Nothing. You're just sitting there. 4 people doing nothing. Why don't you play the game? You have to type the command. Just saying okay to somebody else does not move your character. To move your character, you have to type what he wants to do.
Yeah, I was about to, and he typed it first.
Uh, Note that that blue square denotes an aura of magic. It does not denote anything visible on the floor. Of course, you don't know this, and you're asking me for it now, so I'm going to reply.
Oh, but what's I mean, what's the surrounding floor? Like, is it dirt in here, or is it floorboards or something?
It's definitely not wood. You can see it on the image, but if you want a description,
I think when we first got here, they said the cold earth or something. So it's probably
yes,
just
the
dirt.
smell of cold earth.
Right.
Okay, I'll type.
Oh, did anyone turn the light on? I think we did.
Okay, and then you know what you do. Bring up the light spell. Hit the circle to the left of the light, and then hit the thing to cast it. No, you have to. It's two actions to cast a spell. There's a little circle to the left of the spell. First, you click the circle, and then you click to the right of the spell the die to cast it. The circle to the left is just to remove it from your memorizing pool. Of course, it's cantrip, so it's not memorizing, but you still have to follow the procedure. First, you type I cast a spell. Second, because you have to say where I cast it. Second, the sphere, the little circle to the left, and third, do you want me to click it for you? You can't find it. If you cannot find it, you might have to click on the magnifying glass to the right of the spell to open.
Okay, I think this is it. There you go.
Okay, I thought you had done this before.
Um,
I don't think we used both those things at the same time. Like we just did the little button to the left.
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure
and
we've
then it's
done this before. I'm pretty sure it's not the first time, because if it was the first time, I would have just realized it. But in any case, there you go. It's light now. The door. I'm assuming. Did you close the door before? It doesn't matter. If it was closed, you open it. But I'm pretty sure you've left all the doors open.
Yeah, I think
Let
so.
me tell you what happens with the panel. No, because I told you what happens, and you type all that. You see.
Ah, okay, I see. Ah, fuck. Sorry about that.
Okay. Run into the room then. But the run back is not helpful, because when you touch the panel, I have to tell you something, and then you can
Right,
run back.
I see.
You see what I'm saying? One sec. The room you're in now would be dark without Arco's light, by the way. If you forget what opens what, I'm not gonna help you. Just saying. You might want to take down notes. After you touch a panel, stop moving around. Stop until I have told you if anything happens, because I'm gonna lose track of what the fuck's happening. Look, from where you're standing now, you wouldn't be able to tell that the bar. I'm just. You cannot tell what's happening everywhere if you're in one room. So I'm giving you what you're seeing. It would be better with line of sight because I'm canceling all the moves because I still haven't typed anything.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Okay, yeah, you can play now. So in the bar right now, the light is on as far as you know. Well, it was on last time you were there. If you do not have direct line of sight, I'm not going to tell you if anything changes. You know what I'm going to do now for convenience's sake, for mine and yours. Oops. So the room you're in now, the room to the bottom right is dark. The room to the bottom left is dark. But because Arconus is there with his light, I have to have them on, and it's confusing to both me and you. You think, is it on because of the light, or is it on because of the lights in the ceiling? So we're going to assume that wherever Arco goes, there's light all around him. Wherever he isn't, there's no light unless there's light in the ceiling. So right now, for example, Ivan and Valkian are sitting in pretty much darkness. So they can't do anything. They cannot look in the walls or anything like that. This is easier for us because now we're not keeping track of Arco's light. We're just keeping track of the ceiling lights. So keep playing.
I'm trying to move to the western room.
You trying to move? I don't see anything on my screen.
Really?
I'm trying to move as well.
Okay, I just moved you there. So nobody can move then?
My light also isn't on. It's just dark where I am.
Okay, it's got to be that then. Yeah, it's because when there is a mask, so there's no solution. Well, there's one solution. I can do this. Wait, but then you still cannot move. Let's
Maybe
do
we can just
something
leave.
else.
We could
What?
leave a marker maybe on lit rooms.
No, hold on. Okay, I have a solution. Okay, so you just have to tell me where you're going, and I'm gonna move you basically. Oh, but you cannot see anything. Like it's black. Your screen is blank, isn't it? Yeah, it's black. So I'm gonna move you. I'm gonna move you to the room, to the other room where you're going. Well, apparently you cannot. Even I cannot move you there. Okay.
What in the world?
So all the lights are off. You've turned all the lights off. Since you do have a light, well, I'm gonna turn on the light again. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do it irregularly, so that you can see that it's just your light. It's not a light in the room. You know, it's obvious now that it's just your light. Try to be a bit economical with your moves instead of, decide what you want to do and do it instead of just moving up and down without a plan. I know it's hard. The thing is, even if you figured out the switches now, what would that help you? What is the plan?
Turn all of them off or on?
Okay, you turn all them off or all the what happens? It's just lights. You've already been in the room with the lights
I
of
was I was
different.
assuming it would open a secret door or something.
I see. It could be that. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm guessing I'm guessing it's not that now.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Okay, stop now. Don't touch anything because I have a complex guide in front of me. I cannot. I don't even remember by heart what opens what. I have to. It would help me a lot if each one of you went into each room, so that because now he touched the panel, but I cannot tell you what all the rooms are doing because there's nobody in some of the rooms. If
Yes,
each of you went into one of the rooms, then when you touch something, you would immediately know. I mean, telling you this might save us 2 hours of tedium.
Falcon's gonna have to feel around.
You should be able to move now to the bar. The light in the room that Arco is in is not on. It's just his light.
And the storeroom is off, right?
The store where you are is dark. The storage. Okay, one at a time. I'll tell you what happens. So now, since you're all in I'm assuming you're shouting to each other. So you
Yeah,
might as well start using the shout. If you don't know how to use the shout, go to the forum, find the. Okay, hold on. Yeah, you might as well. Yeah, you're gonna have to report like that because the others don't know. So Valkian, you have to do the shouting as well now. So after yeah, this is how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna give a little light to Arco. Normally he has a lot more than that. It's just I'm just doing it for demonstration purposes. And I'm not gonna type again. The light goes on, the light goes off. I'm just gonna turn the lights on and off, and you'll be shouting about it. Okay?
Okay.
But you have to do it. You have to do it now. We're waiting now for Valkian. Let's first wait for him to say his thing. No, no, no. You should have said the light in the master bedroom is on now.
Oh shit.
Type it. Type it. The light in the master bedroom is on now because they don't know. They're not there.
Right.
And that's when the dragon hears you with all your screaming, and then it's game over. Okay. So, and now you have to type, I press the panel.
Uh,
Robo, you shouldn't really use down because
Oh yeah, you're
all
right.
of them are on the plane. Yeah. It's very different in the mechanics from the Senate, isn't it?
Did my panel do nothing?
uh, did I miss it? Because
Yeah, I think you missed mine. You went straight to Edward.
oh, right.
okay. Okay. Do it again. Type it again. I'm going to do also the hallways because the doors are open and they get light from both sides now. Congrats, you win. Now you can see without Arco's light. Cutting edge gameplay. You don't see these mechanics in Cyberpunk. Do you see them? No. So that's because that's where the dragon's gonna come from. He's gonna.
Of course, of course.
It's
It's
got to be
strangely,
twice as wide for the dragon.
strangely dragon shaped too.
That's
Oh,
why the Lich army. How do you pronounce it? Is it Lich or Lich or
I
I
always
say
pronounced it lich.
lich. Yeah.
Lich? Yeah.
Who you trying to lick, I
Cool.
see.
That's where that's where the Lich
Whoa.
riding the dragon.
The lich, the lich was on the bed the whole time. He's just laying on his side. I was wondering when you guys would notice me. He sounds vaguely like Skeletor.
Okay, so we did that. Um,
Should we regroup?
You can move freely now because there's lights everywhere.
oh,
I'm gonna give you the. I'm gonna tell you about the aura. I can't remember exactly how. Basically, he got a faint conjuration magic from the south of this room. But I'm supposed to tell him exactly the location, so I'll have to draw that.
Oh, I fucked it up.
I'll be there in a sec.
Yeah, you need to put
Try to.
brackets in the if it's like more than one word.
Okay, yeah, that's how I fucked up then. Gotcha.
It's
Yeah, so
really bracket.
Yeah, brackets.
parentheses, and then you say the sentence. Okay, sense.
You've already cast Detect Magic.
Yep.
And I think I gave you. You got everything. Faint conjuration magic. What do you want to cast Detect Magic for again?
To brush up. We did quite a few other stuff.
Okay, but you see that's what we have to start using the chat. You have the chat log on your browser. You can search for the storage room, or you can scroll down and you can see. I'm not gonna do the entire. I mean, you're not gonna roll again. So okay, hold on.
I'm looking at it
You're not gonna
now.
roll. You're not even allowed. I don't even think you're allowed to roll spellcraft again. So you already have all the info. Just find it on the. The only thing that's needed, I'm just looking for the size of the area so that I can draw it for you. That's the only thing that
Yeah. Yeah.
is missing.
The original entry didn't say too much. It just said it's a strong aura that you don't know what it is.
It did say
It looked like,
conjuration to the south of the room.
maybe. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it.
Yep.
I think this is where you found. You did a quick search and you found a well-stocked toolkit.
Yeah, and those
I just want to see. Let me check in Valkian's inventory.
Tell me the toolkit is magical.
Does anybody have a craft? I don't think anybody has a craft. If you had a craft, you would be able to see what kind of toolkit. But if nobody has a craft, then it's just a toolkit. Okay, I'll draw the area.
yeah, craft is a class skill for me. I just didn't put a rank in it yet.
Class skill for what? Craft?
Yeah, for rogues. I didn't know that. I don't
I
have it
thought,
though.
It's a class skill for druids as well.
yeah, same. But same for sorcerers. But I think you have to. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's like profession is a class skill as well, but I don't know what. I'm assuming that's some. When you take a rank in that, it would be some profession related to the class.
It could be whatever profession, whatever your job is.
I could make traps
Like
maybe.
trap making. I have vintner. It's not active, but I have vintner, profession vintner. Make wine,
Oh yeah.
and you calculate it to figure out how much gold you get in a week of dedicated work towards that profession.
So you. Okay.
Okay. So let me know. So Edward is moving the boxes, and Ivan wants to search the boxes, and Valkian wants to search. So we have two people. I'm gonna move you so you're not in the same square.
Ah. Yep.
Two people want to search. One people is trying to move them out of the way. And is anybody who's not doing anything? There's four of you. Somebody's. Valkian is searching. Edward is moving them out. Arco and what?
Ivan.
Okay, I
Ivan's.
think three of you are searching, and Edward is just trying to. Uh, you said that there's a bunch of boxes in front of it, but they don't know what you mean by it. You have to tell them
Yeah.
in front of the magical aura. You see, because they cannot read the message that I sent you.
It says I'm typing, but I'm not typing.
Yeah, so it's not. It's junky. It's not the most. Sometimes it's behind a few seconds. Chev, you want to explain to them what the it is?
Oh, sorry.
The Fourth Army of Exploration was a mistake. I typed it by mistake. However, it doesn't matter. You'll see why it doesn't matter. I basically need to know how many of you, if you plan to search these boxes, how many of you are gonna search and how long you plan to search for, and then I can tell you if you find anything. And let me tell you something else. In this room, there's all the boxes to the south, there's the boxes to the northwest, and there's the shelves to the east. So you can tell me I search one area, the other area, or I search everything. Obviously, it will take more time the more of it you search. Yes, reply to him. That's the source. It's not a painting though; it's a fresco.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay to be wrong, but maybe your warrior can't tell the difference between a painting and a fresco or whatever.
And
But
you
if
say
you
you
take too
needed.
long, the dragon will come. Disregard this.
One of these days, you're gonna tell us about the dragon, and we're not gonna believe you. But there actually will be a
It's gonna be
dragon.
real.
I'm sure it'll get kick-ass boss music to ensure
Yeah,
that
that's
we don't
true.
mistake. It'll be unmistakable. It is indeed a dragon this time.
So tell to be like, here comes a dragon or some shit.
Okay, so we have Valkia searching the shelves.
Hmm.
Arco is still searching the box to the south. Edward searching to the south. Okay.
It's too bad I can't turn into a dragon with wild shape. But arcane spellcasters can turn into the dragon. Form of
Oh,
the
they
dragon.
can?
Yeah, it's like a younger or adolescent dragon that you can turn into. I guess they're like considered too magical to be like nature themed.
My question is, who can tell if a weapon or an armor is a masterwork?
That's what appraise, right? Maybe. I think I got the. I think I have the best appraise. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I have a praise.
Robo, which mic are you using? Your laptops or your phones?
On my phone.
Okay.
I think he was just hard to understand because he was speaking over somebody else.
Yeah. Okay, let me just quickly Google that.
You see, a DC 20 appraise check determines the value of a common item. If you succeed by 5 or more.
Item.
Mm,
Yeah.
Okay, there's a, from 2017. There's a Reddit thread about this. So it says that a weapon requires an extra 300 gold piece to be made a masterwork. So a 2 gold piece dagger and a 352 gold piece dagger, the difference, he says, should be pretty obvious even to the untrained eye. Another guy says any unproficient with a weapon should be able to notice that it's a masterwork after they've had a chance to hold and work with it for a bit. Someone who isn't proficient would probably need an appraise or a craft check.
so
That guy, however, says that stuff that looks expensive doesn't necessarily have to be good, and stuff that doesn't look, you know. Let me see. There's a whole discussion. So apparently, it doesn't look like the book has an answer.
Actually, 3 form of dragon spells. The third one is like level 8. Level 8 spell.
So if you want to see the masterwork discussion, I put it on Discord. None of them, there's a ton of guys posting in there. None of them is citing any books. They're just making shit up. They generally, their opinions seem to agree. The main thing is it saves us the effort of trying to look in the book. So the way we're going to do it is this. If you're proficient with a weapon, you can tell immediately. If you're not proficient with a weapon, craft or appraise check to be able to tell it's masterwork. So back to this. So, you know, I was just, it has nothing to do with this cache of the stuff you're going to find. I was just wondering.
Oh, all right.
And since we're at it, let's check about cursed items.
And how a dragon might transform into one, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You found the dagger of dragon summoning. The dragon you summon is always hostile towards you.
Jesus Christ.
You activate the spell immediately upon touching it. If you defeat the dragon, you get something cool, I guess.
Like a dagger of hostile dragon summoning.
There you go. You just stab somebody else with it, and then they have to deal with a dragon. Wow.
So I'm gonna try to put the stuff in the party sheet.
Righty. Studded leather armor. I can wear that. Well, studded, it's probably a little too heavy for me. Darts. I can definitely take those. I'm proficient with darts.
There we go. I have the items. So I have the items. Let me see.
I'm proficient with all martial weapons, I think, and armor, so I would be able to tell if they're masterwork.
I'm also proficient on martial weapons.
Detect magic is going to be the hammer I'm going to use on every nail. Or everything is going to look like a nail to use the hammer of detect magic.
I don't know about darts.
Go ahead. Song and dance there.
Yep. Yep. Now I'm supposed to roll Knowledge Arcana? Is that right?
Yes.
Wait, no. If there are, I don't even know if there are any magical auras actually. Should should I just roll
Somebody
anyway?
on your party sheet. Somebody go and look in your party sheet, either Arcanus or so I can see what are you seeing on stream.
3 daggers, 12 darts, a halberd, 2
Okay.
long swords.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, I see the same thing. A suit of studded leather armor.
Yep. Should I roll the Should I roll the Knowledge Arcana, Icy?
No, yet, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can take whatever you want. When you decide what you want, just take it and put it in your inventory. Do it carefully. Make sure you have both at the same time open, and grab it from the blue ribbon to the end of the entry. When you want to grab something, always grab it from the blue ribbon.
Okay.
So none of them are masterwork or anything.
If somebody picks up something that he is proficient in, I will tell you. If it's, I will tell you immediately.
I'll take all of the darts.
Well, you take them all one, examine them. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, the others are taking them, so. But
Oh.
you know, we can definitely say that they pass them on to you to examine them.
Yeah.
So let's first take take them, empty the party sheet. Whoever wants to take whatever they want to take. Although it would make more sense if you had left them there and first the experts on weapons can examine all of them, and then you pass them on to whoever. It would make a bit more sense. But whatever, we did it this time like this. Just take them, empty it, and then I'll tell you what. And I
Okay.
also need to know exactly how proficient. What are you proficient with, Robo?
All martial weapons
Really?
and all simple weapons. Yeah.
Okay. Just for
And
just
armor.
for education sake, I want to see that. So I'm just gonna go really quickly to, I guess, class is fighter.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember reading this a long time ago when we first.
I think I'm only proficient in simple weapons, not martial weapons. Like
He's
proficient of
proficient
this
with all simple and martial weapons. What other kinds of weapons are there then?
exotic.
Exotic.
What?
Exotic.
Exotic. So what? That would be a katana or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chain
exactly.
whips. Things like
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Uh,
So yeah, it would have been better if you had left them in there. But now, yeah, just take all of them. Who wants the halberd? Nobody wants it. You can just leave it there. Who wants? Anybody wants the longsword? There's 2 longswords, right?
I'm not proficient with it, so I don't need it. We could sell it though. We could sell all this stuff.
Well, I mean, I'll take one of them if it's better than my current longsword.
Okay, I'm about to tell you about the weapons.
These darts are about as good as my sling. I don't really have the strength. Because you get a strength bonus for thrown weapons. Nice. The darts are of exceptional quality.
So you've left 2 longswords and a halberd in there. Those are not masterwork. And now I have to go to the, pass them around between you. And when they get to the final recipient, these masterwork, I'm going to go in his inventory and hit the identify button. And I don't know if it automatically is going to give you your +1. It does a +1. I can't remember, either damage or to hit the masterwork.
The description on a halberd is pretty cool. You can use a ready action to set a halberd against a charge. You deal double damage on a successful hit against the charging character.
That's cool.
You can also use a halberd to make trip attacks.
It gives a +1 to attack.
Okay. So a halberd is a trip weapon. It says that.
Well, it says it in the description.
Okay.
It says it just gives you more actions to do with
Be able to see this.
Still in the party sheet if you want to check it out.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a trip weapon for sure. That's exactly what a trip weapon does. You can use it to trip, and if you fail, instead of you getting tripped, which is what usually happens, if you have a trip weapon, you can avoid getting tripped by just dropping your weapon. So yeah, it's a trip weapon.
Wait, but that's only during your own trip attempt.
Yes.
Okay.
Like if somebody tries to trip you, you can't just drop your weapon to avoid being
Yeah, I see.
tripped. That's not the way it works.
Yep, yep.
Scythes are trip weapons too. Scythe.
The thing is,
Scythes.
a masterwork armor. Let me see, masterwork. It's probably +1 to AC, but
Oh, I hope so. That would be cool. That does make sense.
You have the armor, Exile?
Yeah, but
Okay,
it'll
cool.
get um -1 on AC for
Yeah,
in general.
yeah, definitely. I think it'll fuck with my spellcasting a little too much for me to want it. Just like a little bit.
yeah, it gives you one +1 to AC above. So
Um,
have you decided who's going to have the masterwork stuff?
I have the darts.
I grabbed the rapier and the armor.
Okay, I'm going first to the darts. So I turn on the identify of the darts, and now it says masterwork dart.
I see it too. Yeah.
And I've hit identify on the masterwork studded leather. It's in Valkian's inventory. And if he wants, now he's carrying it. Do you know how to equip it?
Um, yeah, I think I just clicked that bag icon, right?
First, you have a leather armor equipped now. You have to unequip the leather armor.
Okay.
Find the leather. It just says leather. And you want to carry. You want to carry. Right now, it's not carried. You want to keep clicking until it says carried. That's it. Now you're carrying it. So that means that you have the weight on you and all that. And then now go to the masterwork solid leather and turn it on. Put it on. And we're gonna see. Okay, well, let's see what your AC now is. Your AC now is 16. Whereas if I go back and I switch your armors, your AC is 15. But doesn't the studded give more than the leather anyway, or no? Is it the same AC bonus? Let's see.
It's less. It's -1 normally.
Oh, and I have to remove from your items the cost, I guess, or would you know the cost since if you're proficient? Anyway, I'll remove it. So, can you tell me the difference between normal leather and studded? Is there any difference in the AC?
Yes. Normal leather is +0, and then the studded one was normally it's -1.
Normal leather is +0, so there's no reason to wear it. It's not +0, it's +2. AC bonus +2. Leather armor. Studded leather.
Oh, I'm looking at armor check penalty. My bad. Yeah. Yep. +2, and then studded leather is +3.
Now it shows 18. I don't know why. I thought before that I had it. It seems to be in there. Okay, let me just really quickly pull items. So a studded leather gives AC +3. And yours also says +3, but it does say properties masterwork. So what I have to do is, okay, it's because we have we have equipped both of them. You're wearing both at the same time. So I'm putting the leather carried, and okay, so now without any armor, you have 13. And now if I turn on the studded, you have 16. So it just gives +3. I don't see the +1, the extra. I don't see it.
Actually, I think it might be the armor check penalty for masterwork armor. That's what I'm reading.
The arm, what penalty?
So instead of increasing AC, it reduces the armor check penalty if it's masterwork. So as in for like swim and stuff, if you're wearing armor, you get a penalty, and it's less if it's masterwork.
You get penalty to do what? For what?
For certain skill checks like swimming and acrobatic
Okay,
and
but I don't
stealth.
care about the skill tricks yet. I just care about the AC.
Yeah, I think it doesn't affect AC. All that masterwork affects is the armor check penalty.
Okay, that's not
Yeah.
what I saw when I Googled it. Let me Google it again. I saw that it's +1 to AC. I just saw it like seconds ago. Its armor check penalty is lessened by 1. Oh, okay. Except that it's armor check penalty. I see.
Put it in Discord.
So the question now is, does it take into account that? We could see by for example, Valkian's climb is +5 with the armor on, but with the armor off, his climb is +5 again. There's no difference with the studded leather. So that means that it does taking the yeah, because it shows when I turn it on, it shows skill check 0. Armor skill check 0. So, okay.
Okay, I'm back
Make
in
sure
now.
you don't turn on the leather armor by mistake because you're going to have huge AC then. The leather
Yeah.
armor right now is set to carried. So you just have it on your backpack or something. Well, of course, you don't have a backpack. I don't know where you're carrying all that stuff. Where are you carrying the armor? With your none of you has a backpack.
Yeah, well, we're in our Senate clothes, aren't we?
Yeah. So you put the armor on. You're gonna have to, unless you're carrying the leather armor in your arms, you're gonna have to leave it here.
Yeah, that's okay. I could
And
do
I
that.
mean, you could carry it in your arms, but if there's a battle, you have to draw your sword.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to drop.
He could just drop it if he needs to, right?
Yeah. What you mean? Carry it and drop it if he has to?
Yeah, if he's he's carrying the armor, and then we get into a fight, can he just drop it like as a free action, or is that
Maybe
not
he
a
can
free
drop it,
action?
but can he also draw his weapon as a free action? You know, it's
Right.
it's too much. If we were playing D&D Second Edition, they don't track all this stuff, but this game has mechanics for all this stuff. So put whatever you don't want in the party sheet in that thingy, and we're just gonna leave it there for now. You can always come back and get it if you need it. And there was something else. So it was the rapier. Oh, and there's a rapier. Who's holding the rapier?
Me. I have two of them already. Well, I have two now, but I had one before that, and now I got this other one.
Okay, you
Start
definitely cannot
dueling.
carry all these rapiers on you. I turned on the masterwork, so now you can see that it's a masterwork. And start putting all of you basically start putting stuff in. There's a lot of stuff that you're not carrying at all because you've left it back at Ivan's manor. So if something has an empty circle next to it, that means it's back at the manor. Don't touch the stuff with the empty circles. Touch only the stuff that have stuff in the circles, and anything that looks like you cannot be carried. So I'm looking at the party sheet. There's the halberd and the two longswords. Can you please start dropping stuff there that you don't remember? Grab the stuff from the blue ribbon. And all this stuff are being dumped in this room. So you know where it is if you want to find it.
I think that's it for me. Yeah.
Okay. Your rapier is not, the masterwork is not equipped. It's just carried. So you want to equip it.
Okay.
You have to be careful about this because when we start a battle and we roll, you're just going to be getting horrible rolls. I don't even think that you will see the rapier in your actions if you don't have it.
It says equipped now. I guess because I took the other one away.
I'm looking at it and it says carried. The masterwork rapier, it's carried. It doesn't say equipped.
I'll switch it again, but it looks like it's different on our screen or
Now it's
something.
equipped. Now it's equipped.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go through your inventories then. Like for example, where are you carrying the toolkit? You're carrying a toolkit, and I just don't see where you can carry it. Small stuff like daggers, dust of illusion. Yeah, you can put it on your candle. Yeah, definitely do not see the toolkit. You're gonna have to leave it.
Okay.
Next, I'm looking at Arco. So what about that mug? Where you have it?
It's just hanging off my belt.
It's got to be really. I figured.
It's like a religious symbol. Praise Caden.
The whiskeys. You have two whiskeys.
I can explain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what we should do? Let's do something else. Okay.
Valkian just suggested that I take it with us, and I was like, yeah, why not? But yeah, where am I carrying it?
So yeah, as I type, you also find two backpacks. Tell me, actually, you know, I'm gonna drop them in the party sheet.
Oh, nice.
Um,
I
and
feel like
two of you are going to. Dude, there's a master orc backpack.
awesome.
Okay.
Feels like you're wearing nothing at all on your back.
So I put two backpacks in there, and two of you take them, and then you can take the stuff.
Then Valkyrie, you should definitely take one since you're the rogue anyway, right?
Okay.
Pick shit
Yeah.
up.
All right. Got one.
Does anyone else want the other one, or should I take it? I'm just gonna take it.
Apparently, I
And
already
go
have
ahead.
one.
Hmm.
Who has one?
I do.
I had one too, but it's not
Probably,
here.
it's probably not on you.
Well, it says carried. I
Oh.
don't know why. I haven't touched this. I haven't touched this at all since
Okay, it doesn't matter. I have it unequipped now.
Okay.
Camel, short, courtiers, dagger, that's a fully hand mirror. Okay. Edward's inventory is good. I checked it. Ivance is the only one left. Breastplate. Why do you have a quarterstaff and a longsword?
We went to get non-lethal weapons to get into the Senate.
I see. Well, a longsword is allowed if it's peacebound. I guess we hadn't realized how you bought. So you bought this. You know what? I'm gonna leave it back at the house. I'm gonna take it off. There's no point if you have the. Yeah, everything else is good. Okay, so let me look at Valkian's inventory. Did he take the toolkit back?
Not yet. I didn't equip the backpack yet either.
The toolkit appears disappeared now. I don't see it anywhere.
It's still in the party sheet for me.
It's in the party sheet.
Oh, Masterwork. Okay, I wasn't looking for that. Okay, so Masterwork. Okay. Now you know what it is. So, okay, take the toolkit
Okay.
and anything else you want, as long as you can carry it, and you can. You have 40 encumbrance.
Damn. Armor level. That's heavy.
I have my backpack equipped now. I was just carrying it before.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's a problem for Arconus, because for Exile, because he has two backpacks now, and one of them is back home and one of them is here, so he cannot equip them. You know what? Okay, well, we know about it. We know that I'm gonna make the backpack equipped, but they're not both of them are equipped. Only one of them is equipped. The other one is back, and we know this, so that's good. And what about the longswords and the halberd? You want to leave them there?
I'm not
Yes.
proficient with either of those.
Yeah, make me too heavy.
The halberd
Okay.
wouldn't fit in a backpack anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're done with the weapons. And Edward says that he's studying the fresco.
Should I cast detect magic or because it
You
was
can,
like it was after we searched the room for half an hour, so
I'm not. What are you trying to say?
should I cast detect magic again
Where?
onto the fresco?
And you detect the same aura that detected last time. The
Yeah,
fresco.
isn't this what you found?
Yeah, but I guess. Oh wait, yeah, I think I misunderstood the I think I misunderstood the spell.
Let's start typing in the chat.
It's not a magic item, so I can't. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. Yes, the spellcraft works for magical items only, huh?
Seems
Not for
that way.
auras in general. Yeah. Yeah, a magic item. It says specifically a magic item, not for auras. Well, yeah, it can be used for other stuff too, but
Guessing a fresco doesn't count as a magic item.
no. Did we make the light switches, the panels, count as a magic item? I'm trying to remember. No, you just try to identify the school.
We tried to disable device too. That's it.
Yeah, that didn't do anything. I didn't even roll anything. Well, I think Val can roll, but so why isn't the fresco a magic item? Why aren't the light switches a magic item? It sounds like you should be able to. Um, I think he tried the appraise, the spellcraft, also on the magic ball, on the crystal ball.
Oh, yeah, I did. I thought that was because it was a magic item. Um,
Uh, well, it is a magic item, but it's built into the wall. Yeah, this is a borderline case. Like it doesn't. The adventure tells me nothing. So the question is, are you allowed a spellcraft check to figure out the properties of the fresco? I could start googling it, but the way I understand now is that there's nothing specific written in the book, which means we just have to people have just making up their own. It gets complicated because there is a forum in Paizo which is specifically for rule discussion for Pathfinder first edition, Pathfinder second edition, and there's pages and pages of threads there, people talking, and I guess sometimes the designers also go there and answer. But you have to realize that the designers, there's so many of them, and most of them did not work on the original rules. So even they need an interpretation. Of course, we still have. He's not dead. The guy who wrote the original book is not dead, but think of it from his perspective. Like there's so many edge cases he doesn't want to be answering all day for the rest of his life. Uh, So I think mostly they stay out of these threads. Sometimes they do come in and they say something. The question is, should I allow you now a spellcraft check? Look, it's a difficult question, and I cannot really answer it right now. But I can say one thing: the adventure is written without this check in mind. So it is clear to me that the adventures writers did not intend for you to figure out the fresco with a spellcraft check. So that's how we're going to play it for now. And in the future, I'll have to think about this question again. I'm going to research it. I might even start a thread in the Paizo forums and see what they say, because they're going to give you answers. But for now, we're going to play it as though this is not a magic item. It has an aura, but it's not like a wand. So no spellcraft for you. Keep playing.
Roger that. Oh, speaking of which, I think given that if the boxes were blocking the view of the magical aura, then I think I shouldn't have been able to see it at all without moving them from anywhere in the room. Because the spell wouldn't have been able to penetrate all that those boxes.
The thing is, the ball is blank. So you looked at it. There's nothing there. There's nothing like it. It looks like it's non-functional. It's not like the light switches that are functional.
Yep. I was talking about the fresco that we moved all those boxes to get them out of the way of the aura. If the boxes were covering up the aura, I think I shouldn't have been able to see the aura at all without having to move the boxes first.
One thing you have to get used to, none of you guys, none of the groups is just used to it at all, is that you're not searching stuff. So you're moving from room to room, you're leaving stuff behind, you're not searching. You search this room, fine, but have you searched all the other rooms? So, like, you're trying to solve the puzzle, but do you even have all the pieces in your hand? You're not doing it methodic. I'm not saying that you have to the entire game, you have to search every room. You're in the Senate, you're not there to search every room in the Senate, you're there to take part in the festivities or whatever. But now that you're stuck in here, you're not going anywhere. There's only 4 rooms, it's not 30 rooms. You spend half an hour searching this one. Why not search all the freaking rooms to make sure you got everything? And then you start thinking about solutions. You see what I'm saying? And there's others, like the other guys, they had 2 keys and they come up on the door. The try one key, it doesn't open the door. And they say, okay, we need to bring in the thief to open the door or to blow up the door or whatever. But you have 2 keys. Why not try the other one?
Hmm.
It's like they have the stuff on their person, they have it on their inventory, or the description says there's a box there, and because the description is a whole paragraph and the box is, they just don't look in the box, and I have to tell them, guys, there's a box. He told you there's a box. So you really, like, you will not get far. You will not get far. You need to search stuff. You need to check the text. Um, it's okay. I have an article I'm going to write. It's going to be called Ultimate Tutorial. This campaign, the entire campaign, 200 hours, 300 hours, is a tutorial. and it's quite possible that even the next campaign is going to be a tutorial. So maybe 500 hours tutorial. That's what it will take to be able to play this game properly, and that's what we're going to do. So I am giving you some hints, and I am making some mistakes myself. Sometimes I make mistakes with the mask. With the shadow, I show a bit more than I should have. But overall, I think we're all doing pretty well. But I just have to, bring your attention to this, that you have to, be more careful. Search. Like I had to tell them to search the bodies of their enemies. So their enemies died. They were on the ground, and they were not searching their fucking bodies. The enemies were full of magical items and shit. So really, you have to.
Well, I guess I can't do anything until this half an hour is up, while the other guys are doing stuff.
Can I do a knowledge and ability check on the fresco?
1 sec.
I mean, you know who it is, right? It says,
Yeah, I don't know. There might be some hidden clues or something.
Okay, roll it. Roll knowledge and ability. You rolled 19. Let me pull something up real quick. Edward, roll perception.
am I adding the +2 as well, the modifier?
Because of your bird, is it?
Yeah.
Yes. You can go ahead and roll a perception, Exile. How long are you gonna search for? You can type it. Type, I searched for that long.
That does make sense.
And not I searched for half an hour. I search. It's an action that you want to do now. You're not telling me the past. I'm supposed to tell you what happens.
Right.
You didn't see this number, did you?
No.
Nope.
No.
Robo, are you still there?
Yeah.
Hey. Cool.
You have to move your character, Robo.
Oh yeah.
Roll perception.
Me.
All of us. We all
Do you want me to roll?
What's that?
Who do you want to roll perception? Me or Arconis?
You.
Yeah.
Uh, Valkian rolled 26. Edward rolled for perception 13. So 13. You might find something, probably won't though. It's very low. The 26 is pretty high. Like something would have to be pretty insanely well, hidden to not find it. So your best bet, what I'm trying to tell you is that your best bet is Valkian. You can see the numbers. Edward is not. Arco also said, I forgot. Roll Arco, I forgot. And the roll perception.
I'm just trying to sync up my time with the other guys. I don't know what. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it got a
I
bit
gotta
confusing
find
with
something.
the time span.
Yeah, we just gotta find the right amount of time. I think spend the right amount of time looking.
Is it an automatic pass if Valkian rolled a 20?
No. No.
I think
Some.
a
Some.
natural 20 only automatically succeeds if the skill that you're attempting specifically says that that's what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Typo there. I did a little typo. Locate. I have more text. Don't type anything. I'm gonna put this in the party sheet. Okay, it's in the party sheet.
I guess Arco grabs it because he found it.
Yeah, but he can also, give it to anybody else. So whoever wants it can take it from me. I turn on all the lights so I don't have to keep turning them on and off as you move around. Okay, give me 1 second.
Imagine if Zelda puzzles were actually this hard.
Your voice is not something with your mic.
Oh,
Yeah,
how about now? How do I sound?
now it's good.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Just glided all the way over there. Yeah. How can it?
He's looking for a camera, as if the medieval warrior knows about cameras.
It's a scrying glass. Yes, some source of sorcery.
It sounds like magic.
Yep. Definitely some kind of magic.
Yeah, eventually, you're gonna put your dick into the hole as well. I put everything in this stick, all the beds and the stick them in the hole.
I give the coin, slide a slip of my dick. I'm assuming I checked through all the books when I discovered them, or did I not?
Why is your mic sounding different than before? Have you done anything to it?
I'm not sure.
Okay, now it's perfect. Now it's perfect. But like a few seconds ago, it sounded like it's a different mic or something.
Oh, maybe I was speaking into it from a different angle. This is the angle that I was usually speaking into. I was asking. I'm assuming I looked through all the books that I discovered in order to find the gold, the glass.
By the way, yeah, roll. Hold on a sec. DC 12 wisdom check. Okay. Roll a 1d20. Hold
Okay.
on. I want to see, is it possible to roll a wisdom check like old school? Let me see. I'll do it for you. I'll just double click on. Oh, you can double click there. I think you can. Okay. Bring up your sheet, go to your wisdom, and next to your wisdom it says +4, right?
Yes.
Double click on the +4. That's how you do the checks.
Ugh.
Okay. Yeah. No. So you asked nothing. This is for me. This is not for you. So you asked me. What were you asking me for?
If I already looked through the books that I discovered.
Yes, you look through the books, but there's
Okay.
nothing that
All I found
caught your
was the
eye.
glass.
Caught your eye. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely have 12 books that are not destroyed, that are from mold, and you look through them, but you can't, nothing. So we had that Ivan was searching the barracks room.
Um, I
I
was
wanted to
also
search the bar too earlier.
yeah, I was also searching the bar.
Roll perception, Robo. You were
I need to
searching the
stop.
bar. Who was searching the bar?
Um,
Me.
me and Valkian, Edward and Valkian.
Okay, roll your perception checks.
Ah, damn it.
Right?
Did you actually type it though that you're searching?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Basically, right at right
I
after
see it. I see it. I
they
see it.
tried fitting the glass in the crystal ball.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm waiting for Edward's
So
roll.
I'm just confirming that I need to put the +2 modifier.
Sure.
Okay.
I need to stop playing pretty soon. By the way,
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
that?
I need to stop playing pretty soon.
Okay.
We're already gone overtime.
Well, we figured out the lights.
right. And the crystal ball.
Yeah.
Well, but haven't turned up anything. I meant to say.
Damn, I'm stumped.
You need to start searching, man. You got the wisdom, the perception shit all covered. Um,
You guys drink the whiskey while Arco searches everything for the next day. And you have the spoon of gruel. You can just eat some gruel.
Keep on searching. Oh. Oh, jeez.
God damn.
Roll perception, Arco.
Okay.
oh, Jesus. Holy shit.
Come on, give me something. I'm searching as hard as I can. Jeez.
What about the north hallway? Oh, I guess I should say that in game.
Roll perception.
Edward did say there was something that he saw there, right?
Where's there?
In that hallway.
You should be saying that in text.
Yeah, sorry.
You see what Rory posted in the chat?
No.
He says you've unlocked the ultimate switch light switches book. Whilst you were fighting this out, everyone in the Senate died.
Sounds about right.
Everybody who searches, go ahead and roll your perceptions without asking me. So type I search there, roll your perceptions, and I'll tell you what's up.
I should have said what room. Fuck.
That is so cool that he just went there, took the halberd, and I didn't have to do anything. It was just like a video game. Didn't have to tell me that he takes anything. He just took it. Oh, you try to. Okay, fair enough.
You don't dig up the floor, Ivan. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, dude, I'm stumped.
I don't think I did this yet. Should I just cast it or?
Yeah, go ahead. So, yeah, let's roll for knowledge arcana, Chev.
Okay.
Okay, let me do the detect magic first, and then I'll tell you about the books.
Okay.
Oh, your shadow crash! I didn't even notice.
Yeah, my stream is gonna be split in two.
Two
At
is not
least it's
that.
just that.
Yeah,
At
two
least
is
it's
not
just
that
that one
terrible.
split, though. Yeah.
Though, you've all been in the same room so far. You didn't have the. I may as well just keep Chefs if you didn't have different viewpoints or anything. So if Chefs works out okay, we'll see. Okay, I got the niche. And you rolled. Okay. Okay, for the books now.
Oh, can I roll knowledge and ability?
Yeah. Let me see. I'll let you know. Sure. Go ahead. Knowledge and ability. No. You can roll knowledge history,
I
or
don't
you
have that
can.
trained.
Okay, or you can roll a wisdom check.
Okay.
So wisdom check. You just go on your wisdom, and right next to it, there's that. Okay,
Great
I'll
roll.
let you know what happens now.
Nice.
Oh, I gotta go to bed now.
Yep.
Okay, guys. Nice game. You've come
Yep.
far,
Yeah.
and you have the gruel. You can stay here for years. You can just eat the gruel.
We have running.
Well,
We
at
have
least
running. We have running water.
Look, let me tell you something. There is in the adventure there is a box, an inset. I don't know what you call it. That says what to do if your players cannot figure how to get out of here, and it has some solutions. but it amounts to Nintendo's easy mode, just and I don't think I want to do that. I'll tell you what we can do from now on. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I was thinking of having role playing channels on Discord, and we can play throughout the week. So you think of something, you type it in there, and when I see it, I'll respond. And you can play for as long. If it takes you a month, it takes you a month. You're not going anywhere.
Nice.
I think that if you manage to get here on your own, first of all, I have already. Remember when I called the Switch? These were called panels in the book called them panels, but at some point I made a mistake and I called them switches. I don't know if any of you picked up on it. Um, so I've dropped a couple of hints by mistake, like that, just by mistake, and it's okay. I mean, I haven't run this game for 20 years and 25 years, and it's so it's okay to make some mistakes. But I think I don't want to help you get out of here. I think I think it would be super rewarding for you if you manage to get out of here on your own, and it gives you a bunch of XP, so you feel that you've earned the XP. And then what happens after is super cool. But I think it would be more cool if you get out of here on your own steam. So let's do that. Which means that now that we're turning the game down, whoever can still play, I'll be around for an hour or so, and then even when I go to sleep, when I wake up in the morning, if you have something in there, I'll answer. And the only question is, should I make a new channel or should we try to put that? I think we should make a new. I don't see how. I think what I should do is I should make because you cannot make sub channels. I should make a category for every group. So every group will have its own category, and it will have two channels: the rules channel and the role playing channel. And it will be and the role you can also use the role playing channel. Let's say that during the week you want to discuss the campfire discussion, and if you're somewhere or whatever, and you can put it in there, and then we can
Yeah, there are threads, right? There are threads. There are like I
you
guess
know what the problem with threads is? The
yeah,
threads, they don't show for everybody. They only show for people who click on it. It's just a stupid way.
yeah.
So we're not going to do threads. We're just going to do this thing with the categories. So what I'm going to do after we shut this down, I'm going to set up the role playing channel. I'm going to write a couple of words in there, and then after I write those words and I pin them, I'm going to explain what the channel is for. Then you can start, talking between yourselves. Plus, you can do actions. You can do action. Take it easy though. Don't like each one of you can do one action, and don't like one person like ask try three actions. And we'll take it easy and we'll see how I've never done this before. We'll see how it works, how smoothly. And then if it works smoothly, then you can do more actions. And if you have a question, listen. If you have a question about the role playing, put it in the rules channel. If you have a question about how the role playing should work. And there will be more instances where we'll be using this. We'll be using this for turn-based strategy, for example, for stuff that there's a lot of. Okay, nice playing with you guys. Stop the
Yeah.
streams, and
Yep.
we'll talk. Check the channel later.